Wole Soyinka. Born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts, some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to Souq News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios at the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. It's Souq Business Landscape. And I have a panel of intellectuals here. To my right, we have the institution, Dr. Idahosa. Then we have Omobola, Sandra, and the most gentle of all.
I'm beginning to be afraid what this institution means.
I was going to say, the other day it was think tank, and today
I don't know what it is. I am lost.
I'm excited.
Well, they can connect the nexus, think tank, institution. Well, Lagos, Nigeria, let's jump into the conversation for today. Securities and Exchange Commission has directed all public companies and registrars to stop treating dividends unclaimed for more than 12 years as lost, or especially those declared before the Finance Act 2020 became law. The Commission explained that many shareholders have been wrongly denied access to their unclaimed dividends based on the assumption that they had become statute barred, contrary to the Finance Act, which took effect on December 31st, 2020. According to the directive, any dividend that had not become statute barred by the end of 2020 remained valid and must be paid upon request. The Commission further cited Section 60 of the Finance Act, stating that such funds should be transferred to the Unclaimed Funds Trust Fund and held in trust until claimed. However, since the fund is not yet fully operational, the Commission ordered companies and registrars to honor all shareholders' claims and to submit regular compliance reports. That's for that story. So, first of all, let me come to, I wanted to say the think tank, then I remember what he said. So I wanted, something came in mind, and it says, call him Dr. Doc. Yes. Welcome once again to the program.
My pleasure.
Look at this specific story. What aspect of the story got to you, or what's your take in the story at all?
Well, somehow this conversation started some few years back, especially during the Buhari's regime. Mm-hmm. And of course, when it was, civilians saw that there was so much money that were unclaimed, and of course, government could borrow it. Mm.
That was great.
So we could borrow the money and spend on behalf of their owners. And so the Finance Act
that was the Finance Act 2020.
So the Finance Act came into being, which says, okay, well, this money, we can't call it statute barred, but what we now do is that as long as it's happening before this period of time, federal government can create a special fund for it where you will keep those money. Okay. And then, of course, government can have access to those monies on behalf of the shareholders who own those dividends. And I think it was quite a smart move by government to see how to actually look for some free money somewhere to quickly spend. And I think
it's not free. It's not free money, though.
It looks free because if people have money, that money, and that money is not claimed for 12 years, it tells you that's free money because you're not really don't need it. Yeah, somehow. But really, but I don't think that's actually the case. But I think it's the case of poor enlightenment. A lot of people don't even know they have the stock. Because people have not been sufficiently informed or enlightened about how stock holds. I work in a company or I work in a bank and we are selling stock. I go to my aunt and say, well, this thing works. I want you to buy. And the woman said, okay, no problem. He puts the money and forgets about it. Can't even remember that he has something. Because he's not an intentional investor. Times were especially around the 2000 to 2008, before the financial meltdown. Everybody was raising IPO. So staffs of companies, like a way of asking money. And so your friend has some money and say, come and put it in our business. So they don't understand how it works. And of course, the man who is selling the offer can't tell this person, you see, at every time at the end of the year, you are going to be receiving some money, and the person does not know the process of receiving the money. So you have a lot of people who have holdings, and they really don't know where dividends are supposed to be coming from it.
And some of them is lost records.
And so these are the money that are stuck somewhere, but they really would know. I remember I was telling somebody, my wife, my friend was selling a particular stock, and I said, please patronize her, and he said, okay, she did. So after like 3 or 4 boards, the stock went down, and the value was almost zero. So anytime I see stock in the house, you know, I like, one criminal has entered into the house. So, but we get to that point of conversation where I was monitoring the stock, but she has forgotten completely. So when the stock started to appreciate and was now able to get the value, now I needed to redeem my trust and image in the house. So I told her, and I said, look, I think you have some money somewhere. And she was shocked. By the time she put in her e-dividend form, and 2 days later, they credited her 10,000. And she was so excited and happy. Now she's willing to buy. You see, because there are a whole lot of people, unintentional buyers, who bought or actually invested in some stock, but they don't know that thing is there at all. They don't even know what is happening because they are not people who are buying by intention. So we have a lot of them. I think it was about 2-3 weeks ago, a bank published about 8 pages of a newspaper of list of people who have not claimed dividend.
Okay,
so government saw this money, and they quickly have to put a lot together to see how to have access to this money. As a company, you cannot say that this is enter into bad debt. So we have to find a way to recover this money from the companies, and then, of course, the government can have access to it.
Okay, so, Madam Omobola, your perspective.
Well, I mean, I totally go with what Doctor said. The truth of the matter is a lot of people do not really understand the markets, actually. And most of them, say, for example, you know, I think it was last year, or was it early this year, GT was, you know, selling stocks, and it was everywhere. And some people just looked at it, oh, okay, I mean, if I just put 2,000, I put just 3,000, I buy a few shares, and I'm fine, and I move, and all of that. But then I want to ask, though, what are the brokers, you know, what are they doing, actually? These registrars as well, what are they doing? The doctor mentioned that a financial institution recently had to put out, you know, CEO, you have access to this. And then those days, I don't know if they still do it, I don't think they do, but those days, you get a document, like a certificate of some sort, maybe I think yearly or every certain months, you get a document that states, okay, this is what your stock is worth. This is what it has grown to. If you want to have access to it, this is we all get that envelope, you know. It comes in a mail. Do you understand? So what happened to that? It was almost like as if, you know, that 12-year window, they just took advantage, registrars and companies just took advantage of it, and they were just, and which, you know, brought about the Finance Act 2020. But with this particular, you know, policy coming on, or this SEC, you know, directive now, hopefully it will help to correct you know, some misinterpretation of the Finance Act, especially by registrars and companies. Now, everybody knows that, you know, retail investors are protected, confidence as well in the stock market, like doctor's wife, hopefully, by the time...
You mentioned stock again in the house.
No, but by the time they, you know, carry out this particular policy or this particular initiative, you know, hopefully it would be able to, you know, encourage some people, change some orientation, and, you know, boost investors' confidence. Okay, let me come back to this. But people who sell stocks as well, the brokers and whoever it is that also, tries to push out these things. I think, and the firm, the registrars, the companies, I think they should do more as regards, sensitizing the people. Yes, you just come and make me, we have so number of, all you need to do is, and in a few years, you can have access to this, you can have access to that or not. I think when they are doing their cross-selling or they are selling or they're upselling, I think they should, do proper orientation for the people. Yes.
Not to strengthen.
But you see, that law, that finance law, it's a law of inheritance. How can you see? I don't understand how some things work. You're saying that somebody invested this money, and then dividends are supposed to be paid to that person. And you say in 30 days, if it's not claimed, the money should be paid into a specific account. And after 12 years, this person has not come for it, then he cannot get it, access to it. Now, that's somebody's money. Ethics and morality.
Okay, so Doc.
In short, I would have even expect that the law is saying that if they have not claimed it within a specific level of time, then they could actually use it to acquire stock on behalf of the person.
Okay, just a moment.
Rather than government inheriting.
Just a moment.
Private citizens. That was why the Finance Act came on board.
Just a moment. So I
think there's something. The Finance Act coming on board was
just a moment.
All the money for the rightful owners.
Yes. No, they said if it stays there for 12 years.
Just a moment, please. I want to limit this contribution. Then we can, because I want us to look at something very specific about it. Okay. Yes, please.
It's quite interesting. There has been a backlog, just like Doc said. As at December 2024, 5 companies, I would not like to mention them, they had unclaimed payouts totaling 30 billion naira. Now, before that, from 1999, we had unclaimed dividends of 2 billion naira to 160 billion naira by 2020. And by 2024, March 2024, we had 215 billion naira. I mean, that's... So I understand why Doc said, the government were like, wow, this is free money, let's grab... But, I think one of the things the Security Exchange Commission is trying to do is also to boost investors' confidence and trust that, okay, this thing actually works, and also to have this form of regulations among financial institutions to let them know that you cannot just do whatever you like with people's money.
Okay.
So it's a very good thing. I applaud the SEC for this.
Okay. So first of all, I think I would like to correct one impression. I don't think within the space of 12-year period, those investors are going to lose their money because there is a regulatory...
It's called statute barred.
Statute barred. Okay, now, so the thing is, even the government itself is not going away with the money because Section 60 of the Finance Act actually amended Section 432 of the Companies and Allied Matters Act. It's because Section 432 of the Companies and Allied Matters Act said that for investors who have not come to claim or unclaimed dividends to like 6 years or more, will be either distributed, if it is not claimed within that period of time for like 12 years, the company will redistribute that same money within the shareholders of the company as profit.
That was right.
That's morality.
That's
somebody's money.
No, that is where the Finance Act of 2020 came to rectify.
Keep the money for the rightful owners.
We are keeping the money for the rightful owners. Yes. However, we're not just keeping the money in the custody of the companies, of those companies that are listed.
No. Yes.
We are keeping the money under a mechanism that has been set up by the federal government of Nigeria. And that mechanism comes with a legislative framework that is called Unclaimed Funds Trust Fund.
Yes.
This Unclaimed Fund Trust Fund is where the government holds this money in trust for the people that can come back later to claim it. So in other words, indirectly, like he said, the government is borrowing that money. But I think it will be more secured. That money will be more secured in the hands of the government than in the hand of the company who claim that this money is, unclaimed dividend. No, it is. I think it's more secured in the hand of the government. I think it's small because
if you can trust treasury bills and bonds and all of that.
Thank you very much, because that's where I wanted to go, because it is more secured in the hands of the government.
Yeah.
So, and not only that, the same legislative framework, also the Finance Act 2020 requires deposit money banks to transfer all unclaimed balances in dormant accounts outstanding for at least 6 years or more to the Unclaimed Funds Trust Fund and other public listed companies from the Nigerian Stock Exchange and deposit money banks. They are equally to send it to the Debt Management Office.
So deposit money banks from time, I know of one particular bank. I know of a few actually, not just one. All right, from time they have units in their call centers that are dedicated to just dormant accounts. Calling dormant account holders, what's going on? We observe you've not been funding your account, and there's what's happening and all of that. Kindly visit the nearest branch and do what is necessary for you to be able to have access to your funds. So I think deposit money banks kind of already have a mechanism, and it's easier because you can just stroll into any branch of the bank. But for this particular one now, it still boils back to doctors' concern, which is people don't have sufficient orientation, sufficient information.
And I'm glad the SEC is doing
how
that.
stock markets work, actually.
And the Securities and Exchange Commission is doing that. And I think, for me, they are the best persons to give out this information as a regulatory agency. So you want to have your final thought on it before we move to our next one?
No, the point I'm making is that Kama makes it very clear. It's very clear. After 30 days, and those dividends are unclaimed, within 90 days, pay that money into this special vehicle account where government is going to keep it.
The unclaimed
dividend
funds trust fund.
It's not even 1 year. He said at 90 days.
I think what I
that's
have,
what Kama says.
What I have in the Companies and Allied Matters Act is talking about 6 years or more.
No. Look specifically at section 433. If you can have access. So you will be able to see it. So after 12 years, it's no longer repayable.
No, that was before the
Finance Act. The Finance Act actually repeals
has corrected. Yes, has corrected that.
The Finance Act cannot repeal Kama.
No, the Finance Act has corrected it. The Finance Act corrected it.
It has. That's why the Finance Act
existing unclaimed dividends before 2020.
The Finance Act has already done that, and that's why we are having
Finance Act
2020. Finance Act 2020.
Kama is 2020.
Yes, because for Kama 2020, he's telling you for Kama 2021. I mean, Kama 2020, December 2020. Yes. There is a specific date, December 2020, as it concerns the Kama Act. And do remember that the Company and Allied Matters Act is an act that gave birth to the Corporate Affairs Commission as an agency which is responsible for applying and bringing those laws that Kama has finally expressed. Now, apart from that, the Finance Act that repealed that, in some sense, as a superior position, even more than the Kama. And that is why it is being stated that the Kama, the Finance Act actually repealed what used to be in existence in the Company and Allied Matters Act.
Yeah, but you see, this is what it is. You see, what SEC is trying to do, to even run away from this trap. And that's why SEC is emphasizing on e-dividend mandate at all costs.
Okay.
So what this solves is that if all people who are investors sign on to the e-dividend mandate. You know, SEC has even created a portal for this purpose. It's called e-dividend, Unclaimed e-dividend portal. You can type that Google in. And maybe if your father accidentally had done an investment and he has forgotten, just type his name there. The name will show the stock he's holding, but it will not give you the in volume, but it will give you the CS number.
An indication that is own stock.
So they give you a CSS number. So what you do is that before now, Kama has also made it, I'm talking about SEC now, make it possible that you can actually fill your e-dividend mandate and submit online. So what that e-dividend mandate has done is to ensure that once you fill that mandate, on the AGM of the company that's concerned, the following evening, the money hits your account straight.
Okay.
So it does not remain on the backlog of your claim dividend, of course, which is quite very transparent and excellent for SEC in terms of operation. But the intention of the framers of this constitution, and that's the point I'm making, is actually to make money for government. And because they see this thing to be free money.
But I think,
I see it to be free money. Okay. But the point I was making is that for these ones that are backlog, if people are not claiming it, since we know that they have an owner.
No, but the backlog is ASAT, the enactment of the Finance Act, which is December 31st, 2020.
Yeah, but
so it is only accounts that had not been statute barred as at December 31st that can reclaim their funds now. That's what SEC is saying. Yeah. So that means that any account that was statute barred by before 31st is gone, is lost.
That's what I'm saying. It should not be gone, it should not be lost because it's somebody's sweat.
Okay. So that's where the conversation. So that's where the conversation should come in. That what happens to those ones? Yes.
If somebody has invested in your stock, probably the person maybe did, probably they are not aware, and they are dead. You can't say it's status bad that the person can claim it. The best way to resolve this thing is actually to see that this dividend is here, has not claimed it, then use it to acquire fresh stock for him.
Okay, okay, so I will...
money just keeps growing for the person, passive income.
Yes, go for him.
Okay, we need to move to
which is the whole essence of investment.
We need to move to our next line of conversation. We need to move to our next line of conversation. However, in this particular conversation, I still believe and I think the government stands in a better position to hold this in trust, including the ones that are saying...
Government should hold this money in trust.
Yes.
If they want money, they should sell securities.
Even the UTFT is under the control of the government. So every other money that has fall under the section owner,
it is still under the government.
In the hands of the government.
They shouldn't keep it. They should borrow it. And pay loan on it.
Borrowing it is keeping it.
I think we suggest that to the government. We're moving on to the next story. And that's to do with recapitalization. The Central Bank of Nigeria has extended the deadline for Bureau de Change operators to make new capital requirements for June 3rd, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. This decision followed discussions within industry groups after it became clear that many operators had not met the recapitalization target. The new policy, introduced in February 2024, replaced the single-tier licensing system with a two-tier structure aimed at strengthening financial stability and curbing illicit currency practices. Under the revised framework, the Tier 1 BDCs must raise a minimum capital of 2 billion naira to operate across the country with broader services, while the Tier 2 BDCs are required to raise at least 500 million naira and will be restricted to operations within a single state, despite a 6-month extension already granted last year. Industry compliance has remained quite low. Now, Mr. Aminu Gwadabe, was speaking extensively about that. So for me, and if we are talking about compliance for now, Doc, it's only 10% of the BDCs that have the license to operate across the country that are complied. And for 2024, is it February or June 2024 to on the 3rd of June 2024, it was extended to the 3rd of June 2025, and now February it has been February 2025 to June 2025, and now it has been extended to December 2025, 3 times, so that most of these BDCs, will be able to come up with 2 billion naira. Doc, is 2 billion naira too much for a standard BDC to have to recapitalize?
I don't think it's too much money to pay, but I think the snag here is not about the value. It's whether these guys are willing to stake this money. Because BDC is not as profitable as it used to be until they floated.
Okay.
So when the gap between what is official and what is in the parallel market is so close, and you're asking somebody to come and put money in that kind of a trade, it will be quite discouraging. So I don't think it's the money that they don't have that is making them not to participate.
The market reality.
It's the incentive that is... See, what incentivized them was the fact that at official market, people are selling at 400, so they can do here, so which makes the whole of the round-tripping stuff so pronounced at that time, and they were making so much money out of it. But now, the gap is so minimal. So you can't buy from banks now at 1,550, and you go and sell at
2,000.
No, you can't sell 2,000 because that is not there. So now that the floating is happening, it will be very difficult for people to commit so much money in terms of recapitalization. It's not as profitable as it used to be some very few years ago.
Okay.
And I think that's the snag there.
What's your perspective?
My perspective, why are they extending it? I don't get it. No, yes.
Like you want to just use the stick, you don't want to use the carrot.
No, because I feel like it's sending a signal, and that's not so very good. Because if you keep extending it, and you're allowing room for them to gather whatever it is that they need to gather, it's just sending a signal to the people that do nefarious, activities with this one. That okay, we still have extension, we still have time, we still have time to do. If you don't have this money within this certain period.
And it is a requirement for you to flow.
A requirement for you to
capitalization.
You don't have it, we move. Last year, there was recapitalization for the banks, the DMBs, all right? And it was till 2026. By December last year, some of them had already met. They were moving on with their lives, all right? And the other ones, those that need to merge, those that need to be acquired, those that need to do what they need to do, they're already working on it. And because by 2026, CBN is not going to come and say, we're extending, because I haven't witnessed that. It happens. This is what's going to happen. So I think they should have just, stuck to their guns. Okay. This is the time frame. Do this. If you can't get it,
fall out.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, though. Just as Doctor said, it's the market reality. It's not going to be easy for, the BDCs. It's not going to be easy, especially at this time now, where even BDCs themselves, if they see the dollars, they'll be very happy.
Oh, I see.
At this point now. So, but at the same time, it was a tall order. And there's a reason why they made it that much, and they should have just stuck to their guns. Because money launderers and all those people will take advantage of this shaky policy or policy uncertainty, and just do what they need to do.
Okay. So,
I just also want to say, it may not necessarily be leadership. The hallmark of every leadership is flexibility. So that at least you allow people to come on board. And nobody says, I was working on something and then
then maybe they shouldn't have made it 1 year. They should have just made it, 2 years. Everybody gather the money you need to get. Because it's a tall order. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, but I think government is also assessing what's happening within the market and see what can happen. So flexibility in terms of strategic planning is also part and parcel of it. So you are able to review your document from time to time.
Flexibility from Doc. What about you, Olumide? What's your...
I'd like to go with what Dr.
You want to align with Dr.
Yes. I think, it also signals that the CBN is open to, dialogue or flexibility, with this move. But also, it would also give room for non-compliance, because people will just keep feeling that, don't worry, after December,
they will extend
it and all that. And I think it's also unfair for those who have been able to recapitalize.
Thank you. Those who have been able to hustle.
Inequality.
Inequality. All right. Okay. So I think, first of all, the reason why the central bank, so if 2 reasons, I think Doc already alluded to them. One of it is to curb the proliferation of BDCs in the country, most of which don't even meet up to the required standard to operate in that bank. So, and the other part is this. That I want to ask Doc, because I know he has some form of knowledge in that regard. So when we talk about recapitalization, And this is, we're not talking about the conventional banking system now, we're talking about BDC that deal with different form of hard currencies within the country. And we're talking about recapitalization. Of what gain is it to the financial market, to the foreign exchange market, to the forex? Of what is it? Is it to promote market stability, or to what exactly? Just to provide a buffer for the system?
Yeah, and I don't think it's for the system. It's actually, we are looking at, this is a money market. People are doing transactions. I'm giving you, you are collecting. And the truth of the matter is that the risk is high. And to be able to account for that risk, so that if there's trouble that is emerging from that market, there should be somebody somewhere where you can say, okay, in case there's trouble,
that is solid,
and this person can no longer meet that obligation. So you have something that we are keeping with CBN that we can use to sub, just like you have the National Deposit Insurance Scheme, so that you are able to say, okay, this person has enough money with CBN that we can take to settle conflicts
in case of
bankruptcy and the rest of it. So these are the reason for recapitalization, because if you don't have more money and you are handling such volume of money for people, chances are that risk occur, and then you become the loser. Government is just trying to create decency in the market and stability, and those who are operating it, and we show that they are business people, they have the capacity that even in the face of risk, they are able to still withstand all the shock.
Okay, but Bola, Tier 1, they've been given the latitude for nationwide operations, like across the whole country. And I'm looking like, what? 2 billion naira. And you're operating in 36 states, including the Federal Capital Territory.
Minimum capital.
Yes, so minimum.
That's not their cap.
So I'm just wondering that, but that's too small for a nationwide operation.
It's minimum. It's the minimum capital. It's not the cap. So I think they can. It's not a threshold that they have to be on. It's the minimum that they can have.
That they can.
That you can
but
have.
Yet it's 2 billion.
More. You can have more now. You should have more if you are operating, across across 36 states. You should have more.
Okay.
But of course, I mean, if you want to operate on a national level, then you can't have less than 2 billion naira. That's what they are saying. So I think it's fair.
500 million naira for those who want to operate in one state. And for me, I was beginning to think that, okay, 500 million, let's say.
I think you're forgetting that there's a lot of currencies that these people deal with.
No, so that is what I'm saying.
People travel to China for business.
Japan,
there's dollar, there's
UAE,
yen, there's duran, there's dollar, there's pounds. There's a lot of currency because
there's Canadian dollar.
There's Canadian dollar. So I think people just focus on only US dollars, all right?
Or British pound.
Or British pound. Those are not the only. I mean, those are the major.
Saudi Arabia's currency also is there.
Yes, those are the major. But there are so many other currencies that these guys work with, and that's why this is just a minimum that you need to work with.
Okay. Well, you're still watching Souq Business Landscape right here on Souq News Television. We're going to break. When we come back, the conversation continues. Do stay with us.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. And now we move to the final story of the day. United States and Chinese officials have agreed on trade framework aimed at easing export controls on rare earth minerals and critical goods after 2 days of talks in London. United States Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick announced that the deal builds on prior Geneva agreement and would lead to the removal of restrictions on China's exports of rare earths and magnets, while the United States will ease some of its own curbs, including on aviation equipment and semiconductor tools. Both parties will now present the framework to their presidents for approval. China's Vice Commerce Minister Li Qiangang confirmed the agreement in principle. Even an investor and the businesses remain cautious about lasting progress. The framework is seen as a short-term relief. I think you should get that into your mind, and that could prevent deeper disruptions in global supply chains. But does that not yet resolve, or does it yet resolve the long-standing trade disputes or the wider impact of the high tariffs? Doc, you were smiling before I could finish reading that. Why were you smiling?
You know, there's a local parable in my village. You know, there are two communities in Benin. One is Ugoneki, one is Enyai. You know, people will say that the person who has this does not have that. That's why the doctor in Enyai will not kill the one in Ugoneki, because they should need each other somehow.
I understand the happiness and the laughter.
Because some weeks ago, everybody was happy and they were excited. Oh, China and US.
Back and forth. Yeah. Did you gain when we are in conflict?
Yeah,
those are the power, houses, economy in the world.
Like I say to people,
those are the major power players.
International relations is just the extension of your domestic policy. Yes. We don't go into a relationship just to flex muscle. We go relationship to negotiate. And of course, we have come to table now.
And I have to mention this. From the get-go with the U.S. tariff, with Trump and his tariffs and everything, the way China handled it, that, you know what, do what you want to do. We can handle ourselves.
Yeah.
Do what you want to do and we can handle ourselves. And then everybody's like, no, but China still needs the U.S. for what, really?
To do. China needs US, needs China.
Yes, international relations. They both
need each other.
It's okay. We do. Okay, I understand. They do.
They both need each other.
They do. No. We all need each other.
Yeah, we do. And that's how God created us. Yeah.
This rare earth conversation now, China contributes 60% of rare earth materials in the world.
Globally.
Yeah. Yes. So let's.
But why are they depending on the United States for the semiconductor market?
They're the biggest buyer.
They're one of
the biggest buyers.
And of course,
and then for EV, for tech.
Yes,
now for EV, for tech, and mobile phones and all of that. One way or the other. Yes, America is a big buyer. Maybe not the biggest, but a big buyer.
Yes.
So there is no way that the fight. You see, it's just a fight of husband and wife. Don't be entering US and China's fight. Just let them do their thing.
Yeah, but I think the real issue here is that American has played the role, like experts call them, the international policeman of the whole world, and also has served like the bastion of morality globally. And so and Trump is saying, we're losing so much to this prestige and status. We need to do business, and we need to negotiate with anybody who is doing business with us. Because what counts at the end of the day is what is the state of life of the people that you are governing, the lifestyle, the quality of life of the Americans. At the end of the day is what the president will be judged by, not what he had done elsewhere. And when you actually look at it from the American perspective, a very humongous debt of over $36 trillion hanging on their neck, infrastructure decay. A lot of the infrastructure in America, they are all dilapidating because in the last 30 years, there has not been any significant upgrade on this infrastructure, both road, rail, and the rest of it. They are all getting out of date. Chinans are building new rail, modern infrastructure, but they can't do those investments because we're just feeling big. So right now, that's why we hear the man is talking about American for the Americans. So let's make America great again. Okay. So we can be great on infrastructure, just as every other country.
I just want to quickly say, let's make America great again. While we're making America great again, I hope that Nigeria is watching this because we also have rare earth materials. Okay. We have a lot, as regards rare earth that we can also take advantage of. And I hope that they can look, see how China is making moves and playing because of what they have. Okay. So we have something, we have a lot actually, we have a lot, okay? And I hope that, whoever is in charge of our mineral resources can, also look at this, that, okay, that means I can also be a big player if I can play my cards right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but it's beyond card. I just wanted to make a remark on it.
I needed Olumide's contribution, and we're coming back to you. I needed you to address something very, very critical. Olumide, your perspective.
Yeah, just like Omobola said, I was going to say that this is a wake-up call, not just for Nigeria, but for Africa.
African countries.
We have a wealth of deposit in our ground, and it's because China believes so much in itself that it has this and this. And, I used to like US, but no.
You defected.
Yes, China has proven to me that you can actually look at someone very tall and say, no, I would not
call the bluff.
I will call your bluff.
China has always been like that.
Yes, but US has always made us to believe that they are world power. They can dictate. They can actually do whatever they like. But this has also is a wake-up call basically for Africans. What can we bring to this? What can we use? What negotiating power do we have?
All right. Thank you very much. Now, Doc, this is one part, but I think you briefly touched it earlier on. I am looking at comparative advantage, absolute advantage. When we mentioned it earlier, that, okay, China has the rare earth. America has the technology to turn it into semiconductor. And China is their market. They will ship it back. So I am wondering, is this different from what we have, the trade relationship that is operating between the third world nations and the first world nations, where our raw materials are what they need there for their factories to stay alive, and after they've got it, we are now the market. What can we do to be in the advantage the way China and America, they're like, hey, I need you, you need me, both of us need each other. Yes.
Yeah, but I think that's the point I was just going to make when Omobola was making her submission. Look at it. Most third world countries, we go to the table with empty stomach. And you are hungry, you want to be fed. Remember the Easter story. And that's why I love the book written by Mesa Tabi. Yes, when he talks about buying the future. So every time third world nations go to the table, we are going there, we are hungry. And it's like, if you don't give me now, I'm going to die. And therefore, negotiation always will not skew toward us. That's a problem with us. So, but China had been able to evolve over time. That when you are looking at it, for example, today, whether you are talking militarily, China is almost as sophisticated, though they are not demonstrating them.
You can't even know, it's a closed state.
Yes,
it's a closed state.
We saw all the balloons around Taiwan.
Yes.
That it was possible to close Taiwan in a second. So, You're talking finance, economy.
But I think it's still because of global trade and global relations
so
that when Nancy Pelosi, they said, don't come, don't go, don't go to Taiwan, go to Taiwan, don't go to Taiwan. I think it was because of that Beijing just decided, okay, let's just leave them to do what they have to do.
So you see that they've grown up.
Yeah, they have.
And they have been able to evolve with time, which is one of the things that we, even as a people, needs to embrace. I was talking earlier in this morning show, Just Africa, and I'm saying, look at us. We put our expectation too high. And that's because we cannot trust our leaders. Because we're trying to make sacrifice, and then they spend like prodigal sons. So people are not willing to contribute. So even when we are asking them, tighten your bed, and say, we have tightened bed. The one we tightened before, we didn't see anything that came out of it. So this is a problem. But you saw under Chairman Mao, China tightened bed for 30 years. And we can see the outcome and the discipline that has come from that environment. And that is why they can stand tall anywhere. China is financing projects in America, in Europe, in Africa, everywhere in the world. Yeah. So which tells that they have grown the muscles. But we in Africa, do we have that kind of muscles? We don't yet. Right. And I think that is where we need very strong leaders. Men who are disciplined enough
It's a leadership issue.
to use the little that we have for its maximum advantage, so that every time we go to the negotiation table, we are not begging and we are not feeling inferior before the superpowers.
Okay. So, your last thought, please. Yes, your last thought is last thought, then we round up.
Well, last thought, although this may be a short-term, let's not disrupt the global chain of supply and all of that, but for at least for now, it looks good. That's this agreement between the US and China. It looks good for now. So it's something that I think it can allow people to rest easy. But still, Nigeria, other African countries, we have a lot of these rare earth materials, and I think we should just step up.
All right. Olumide.
Well, I like to end on a positive note. If you look at some of these world powers, it took them a lot of years for them to get it right. So let's
allow Nigeria breathe.
Yes.
Tomorrow we are celebrating 26 years of uninterrupted democracy. We could have gotten it right if we had the right leadership. Let's not go there.
We are evolving. We are still evolving. We will keep on evolving. We just need to get good leaders.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you.
But I think beyond good leaders, we also need people who believe in the leader, who are willing to follow. And that's also a very, very important fundamental.
Dr. Chairman Mao came, you mentioned, and I will use Chairman Mao. Chairman Mao came forward and he brought some really interesting communist
which made people to believe in it.
And he was also a firm believer in his own rules. He told the line. Same with Lee Kuan Yew, same with so many other leaders that had to shape the narrative, a new agenda for their country. If we have leaders that are saying tighten your belts and they are not tightening their belts, it will be difficult for people to follow. It will be difficult for people to follow them.
So this is the point.
Ladies, we need to wrap.
Before you wrap,
we need to wrap.
Just this one. The EFCC chairman came out to say 3 billion was traced to a particular ministry recently.
Yeah.
And the thing that got into the minister's account was 3 million. Out of 3 billion. The rest went into the civil servant's account. So when we are talking about leadership, so leadership is not just about the president.
Or political appointment.
No. It's not just the president. Of course,
so we should look beyond the president or the governor.
Including people that,
So that is why I'm saying, when we have a president, for example, who says, I want to build a $1 trillion economy, the civil servants must be behind him.
All right, great. Thank you very much. The president wants to build a $1 trillion economy. The civil servants must be behind him. And what the chief executive needs to do, if the politicians are corrupt and the EFCC and ICPC are chasing after them, I think it will be also be important
Once you change
if the if the commander in chief could give some form of address or mandate the civil service, the ICPC and the EFCC to beam their searchlight on the activities of the civil service, the PAMSEC, and other functionaries, yes, within the parastatals, ministries, departments, and agencies. Maybe we could get some of this right. This is where we draw the curtain on the program. My name is Oyem Priye Krumale. It's been a fantastic moment with you. And the most signing out, Olumide will take his turn first.
It's been a pleasure. Let's do this again, same time, same station. I am Olumide Shokoya.
Okay, Bola.
And I'm Omobola Sandra. See you tomorrow for our special for Democracy Day.
Okay, Doc.
The best form of government is democracy. 26 years going. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Don't change your diet. Just stay with us.
Okay, just to reiterate what Doc says, tomorrow we will be having a special Democracy Day broadcast. Please do not miss Just Africa, Democracy Day broadcast, Souq Business Landscape, and all our news belts are staying intact, and we'll promise to do justice to the conversation. Do have yourself a splendid day ahead.
The path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot the opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and a relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that could have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globacom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globacom has grown exponentially, connect millions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globacom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globacom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globacom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globacom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globacom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a front-runner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence, not only in exploration and production, but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God, and indeed, Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's angry, he'll come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged, and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to Yuki Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he had. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recurring. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts, too, have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses, but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
is Com Henry Itauma. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Kwaibo Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of life, all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children. Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corpers. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio, and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, Souq, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. I mean, we interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there, we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromolaran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. In close association with the Institute of Public Analysis of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment. Treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for it. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explored a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money or whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, there is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get the people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice, you are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies. You know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media. We have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them. in real estate development, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, space planning. We work with them, And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had the former Minister of Health, that great woman, Ponja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environment. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer, oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, and you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we had some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, They come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. Now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We have started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
Dr. Souq A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the national economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to the citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Souq Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Souq Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. Souq, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them when the bad allocation, and then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay, it says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, well, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or service. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. Souq A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to the World News on Souq News Television, where we bring you stories from Nigeria and across the world. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe, and let's share with you some of the stories topping the headlines. Nigeria, Hong Kong stock exchanges seek stronger ties to boost market growth. Meanwhile, Naira continues steady appreciation against dollar, pounds, and euro. INEC struggles to conduct 17 by-elections due to funding shortages. And away from Nigeria, Iran threatens U.S. military bases if nuclear talks fail. Russia offers mediation. Many thanks for joining us. Now the news in details. The chairman of Nigeria Exchange Group, Dr. Umaru Kwarange, has called for stronger collaboration between Nigerian Exchange Limited and the Stock Exchange of Hong Kong to support market growth and align with international best practices. Speaking during a high-level board engagement in Hong Kong, Kwarange said the participation and partnership would strengthen governance, improve technology adoption, and enhance knowledge sharing between the two financial hubs. He described Hong Kong as a model of economic excellence, praising its financial resilience, innovative exchange system, and its role as a gateway between China and global markets, noting that Nigerian Exchange with over 60 years of market operations has recently transitioned into a public for-profit company, introducing both opportunities and challenges. He said the visit reflects Nigeria Exchange Group's broader strategy to foster global partnerships and drive innovation in Nigeria's capital market, expressing optimism that this dialogue would lead to long-term value creation for both markets. In a key development for Nigeria's exchange market, the Naira has extended its week-long appreciation across both official and parallel foreign exchange markets following the Salah holidays. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows the currency closed at 1,540 Naira per US dollar on Tuesday, up from 551 Naira on the previous Thursday. In the parallel market, the Naira appreciated to 1,600 Naira per US dollar on Tuesday from 1,610 Naira on Wednesday last week, marking steady gains throughout the holiday week. Against other major currencies, the Naira also posted improvements. It strengthened to weak 2,145 Naira per British pound and 1,790 Naira per euro on Tuesday, compared to 2,160 Naira and 1,805 Naira respectively on Thursday. This performance contrasts sharply with the Naira's post-Easter decline in April. Analysts attribute the currency's upward trend to enhance investor confidence and improve foreign exchange supply as the official and black market rates continue to converge. Moving to the Center of Excellence, Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food System, Abisola Olusoya, has urged startups and business to play a greater role in transforming Nigeria's agricultural sector. Speaking at the fourth Price Pally Impact Summit in Lagos, she emphasized the need for innovative, tech-driven solutions that make food affordable and accessible. She praised the digital platform for connecting farmers directly to consumers, even during challenging periods such as the COVID-19 pandemic. The summit gathered key players from the entire food value chain, including agri-tech founders, investors, retailers, and logistics experts. Price Pally Chief Executive Officer Luther Lawanyi said empowering farmers is central to their mission, noting that farmers must be financially stable to sustain the food system. Other speakers highlighted the need for inclusive strategies, especially those involving women, youth, and urban-friendly techniques like soilless farming. Moving ahead, the Independent National Electoral Commission is unable to proceed with 17 pending by-elections across over 32 local government areas, affecting more than 7,000 polling units due to lack of funds. Although the Commission proposed 126 billion naira for its 2025 operations, officials confirmed that no funds have yet been released for the poll, causing operational delays despite vacant seats in 2 senatorial districts, 5 House of Representatives constituencies, and 10 seats. 10 state assemblies. Sources within the electoral body reveal that even with immediate funding, the elections cannot be held within the month due to essential procedures like party parliamentaries, which require a minimum 4-week timeline. Civil society leaders are urging urgent reforms and financial prioritization to prevent voter disenfranchisement and ensure timely representation in affected constituencies. At the moment, let's take a break. When we return, we will bring you more business stories from across Africa. Please stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota Once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Thank you for staying with us. You are still watching the World News on Souq News Television. On the news, more resolutions and deliberations from the 2025 Africa Soft Power Summit, which concluded on the 25th of May, continue to surface. Leaders from across business, government, and technology sectors who attended the summit held in Nairobi, Kenya, emphasized that Africa's long-term economic growth depends on scaling homegrown innovation and investing in critical infrastructure. Stakeholders gathered on the theme, Africa's growth engine, aligning the flow of money, innovation, and global opportunities to chart a course for sustainable development. Various speakers called for Africa-led solutions in digital finance, artificial intelligence, remittances, and the creative economy, stressing that reliable power supply, inclusive financial systems, and digital frameworks are essential to unlock capital and drive inclusive progress. Executives also highlighted the need to institutionalize gender equality and support women in leadership and entrepreneurship, especially in high-growth sectors like beauty, wellness, and technology. Essentially, African governments were urged to strengthen regulatory frameworks that support innovation while protecting local industries from piracy and market distortion, while participants proceeded proposing turning diaspora remittances into long-term investment tools through policy reform and financial interoperability. The event concluded with a resolution that Africa must take ownership of its economic narrative by building systems designed by Africans for Africans, trusted locally and respected globally. Still in Africa, Ghana's President John Dramani Mahama has inaugurated a 10-member police council calling for an end to political interference and urging reforms to rebuild public confidence in the police service. The council is chaired by Vice President Nana Jane Okpoko Ajemang and includes top officials like the Inspector General of Police and the Interior Minister. Speaking during the swearing-in ceremony in Accra, President Mahama criticized past practices of arbitrary promotions, disregard for seniority, and political influence, describing them as damaging to the service's credibility. He charged the council to be bold and impartial and ensure professionalism guides their decision. Not political pressure, he also stressed the importance of community policing, better training, and psychological support for officers. The president added that improving the welfare of police personnel must be a top priority, noting that officers cannot give their best when they are demotivated or working in poor conditions. Vice President Okpoku Agimang, on behalf of the council, pledged to lead with transparency and ensure the police are empowered, accountable, and equipped to meet modern challenges. And away from that, Zimbabwe has announced a ban on the export of lithium concentrates starting in 2027. The move is part of efforts to increase local processing of the mineral. Mines Minister Winston Chitando says the ban follows the development of lithium sulfates plants at two major mines, Bikita Minerals and Prospect Lithium Zimbabwe. These plants will process lithium into materials used for battery production. Zimbabwe, Africa's top lithium producer, stopped exporting raw lithium ore in 2022. The new measure aims to ensure more value is added domestically before export. The government had initially set a March 2024 deadline for miners to submit refinery plans, but adjusted its stance after a drop in lithium prices. And now Egypt has paid a staggering $21.3 billion to foreign debt repayments in just 6 months from July to December 2024. The Central Bank of Egypt says this includes $4.2 billion in interest and $17.1 billion in principal repayments. The country's total external debt has also climbed to $155.1 billion, up from $152.88 billion in June. The rise comes as Egypt takes on more loans, while currency fluctuations slightly reduced the total debt burden. Compared to the same period last year, debt payments have jumped sharply from $15.5 billion in 2023 to $21.3 billion this year. As a result, Egypt's debt-to-GDP ratio has risen to 42.9%, up from 38.8% just 6 months ago. Economics warn that higher debt servicing costs could strain Egypt's finances, especially with global inflation and a weaker Egyptian pound. Still in the news, China and 53 African countries have jointly called on nations, particularly the United States, to resolve trade disputes through fair negotiations. The appeal follows recent U.S. tariffs of up to 50% on goods from several African nations, including South Africa, Botswana, and Lesotho. The state issued after a meeting between China's foreign minister and African officials opposes trade policies that harm other economies. China has also pledged zero tariff benefits for African nations that maintain diplomatic ties with Beijing. Strengthening economic ties, China remains Africa's largest lender, with growing cooperation in infrastructure, agriculture, and green energy sectors. This is the World News on Souq News Television. More global business and policy update comes your way after this break. Please stay with us. Glad to know you are still with us. Iran has issued a stark warning to the United States, vowing to target American military bases in the Middle East if upcoming nuclear negotiations fail. Defense Minister Aziz Nasrallah declared Wednesday that all U.S. bases in the region are within reach and would be struck if conflict erupts. His remarks come just days before a sixth round of high-stakes talks at reviving the 2015 nuclear deal. tensions remain high over Iran's uranium enrichment program, which Western powers say could lead to nuclear weapon development. Tehran insists its nuclear activity are peaceful. Adding to the friction, Iran recently tested a ballistic missile capable of carrying a 2-ton warhead, a move Defense Minister Nasserzada called non-negotiable. Despite the threat, Iran's foreign minister signaled optimism, stating a deal is within reach if both sides act swiftly. The talks are expected to resume this weekend. Meanwhile, Russia has announced that it is willing to help reduce tensions between United States and Iran by removing enriched nuclear materials from Iranian facilities and converting them into reactive fuel. Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov, who oversees arms control and U.S. relations, told Russian media that Moscow is ready to assist politically and practically by exporting excess enriched uranium produced by Iran and adapting it for civilian use. The United States, however, has insisted that all of Iran's highly enriched uranium be removed from the country. Iran says it is only willing to ship out uranium that exceeds the limits agreed under the 2015 nuclear deal, a pact the U.S. left in 2018, but which Iran and other world powers continue to reaffirm in negotiations. And lastly, the United States and China have agreed on a new trade framework that could ease export restrictions and help keep a fragile tariff track alive. The deal reacted after 2 days of talks in London, aims to end China's limits on rare earth mineral export, which are materials vital for electric vehicles and electronics. The deal aims to ease some U.S. export bans on goods like aircraft and semiconductor software. Markets reacted calmly, with investors awaiting more deals on what the framework really includes. Some Chinese rare earth firms say they've already received new export licenses, signaling a shift may be on the way. And that's a wrap on the world news this afternoon. You can follow us at Souq News TV for more updates from all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. On behalf of the news team, we are saying many thanks for watching. Don't forget, you need to follow us for more updates. My name is Grace Komalafe. Do have a great afternoon.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife. They will tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some, but I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the Upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for rich. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. 7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linkers, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting. And with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5 years stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me, the top fashion designers there when they're Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years on Friday in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him. But let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. when you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness, they will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes. And always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth, no matter who asks is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know? It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
That we should relax and enjoy every minute of the program, of the conference. We have a lot of things. We have a keynote. Also would like to recognize the presence of the chairperson of today, in person of Morenike George Taylor. She's the president, Restaurant, Cakes, Bars, and Clubs Association. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Lucas Rahim, who is the director of SIRD, Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, LASCOPA. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Also in our midst is Engineer Greg Ashibu. He's the chairman, GK Foundation and Grashi Global Foundation. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him, please. He has been a supporter of Mr. Razak's work. Thank you so very much. You're welcome, sir. We also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Oyatoye, who is the Director, Policy Research and Development, Lagos State Safety Commission. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Representing the DG of NAFDAC in our midst is Dr. Ifeoma Okapo. A round of applause. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Oluwole Ogundele, who is the guest speaker. Thank you so very much for raising this occasion. We are elated to have you around. Also in our midst today is Mr. Laja Shomiron. He's also a guest speaker today. A round of applause.
To be the one that convened this maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to this occasion. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for taking your time to join us today. Your presence here is a testament to the commitment to excellence in the restaurant and hospitality industry. Together, we gather under the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The theme reflects our shared passion for advancing the restaurant industry and our dedication to staying ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And as we navigate the complexity of the modern restaurant landscape, it is imperative that we prioritize these three pillars: innovation, sustainability, and excellence, which will form the foundation of our discussions today as we explore the cutting-edge strategies, best practices, and innovative solutions to drive success in our industry. We have assembled impressive lineup of speakers, including our keynote speaker, my own mama, Mrs. Bose Aye, the founder of Antalaza PSC. Please help me to clap for her. He's also the past president of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria. And another motivator, the president of the Restaurant Cafe, Bars and Clubs Association, who is the chairperson of today's occasion, to guide through this conference proceeding. I'm equally happy to have the Deputy Managing Director of Street Sensation Confectionery and the host of others. I was happy when we wrote letters to the DG of NAFDAC and I said, we are going to be there. So, this is Dr. Okafor, I'm happy that you are here. God will bless all of us. Throughout the day, you'll be treated to insightful presentations, engaging discussions with our special guests, eminent speakers, AI experts, social media marketing specialists, financial gurus, regulators, industry leaders, and many more valuable networking opportunities for us. Throughout the day, we will explore the latest trends, best practices, and innovative solutions that are shaping the restaurant industry. As Hospitality Theater, we are dedicated to empowering restaurant professionals with knowledge, skills, and expertise required to excel in our increasingly competitive market. And this conference is a testament to our excellence to elevate the art of restaurant management. The conference is designed to provide a platform for restaurant managers, operators, and industry professionals to come together to inspire, educate, and empower you with the tools and insights necessary to excel in this dynamic and competitive industry. I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, partners, and collaborators who have made this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to the growth and development of the restaurant industry. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the tireless effort of our team, who have worked diligently to bring this conference to life. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. Without much ado, the MC has said we need to engage ourselves fully, ask questions, and share our perspective. It's ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn, and enjoy the company of your peers at this Restaurant Managers Conference 2005. So let us work together to elevate the art of restaurant management and take our industry to the next and enviable height. Once again, I want to appreciate you, and I know by the end of the day, we are not going to leave but in good health. And at the end of the day, our return on investment is not going to be a waste of time. Thank you once again.
industry in Nigeria. The restaurant and hospitality industry is a vital pillar of Nigeria's economy. It provides employment to millions, drives tourism, supports local farmers and food suppliers, and contributes significantly to our GDP. This sector is not just about serving or providing accommodation. It is about experiences, innovation, and economic transformation. With Nigeria's growing population and increasing demand for quality services, we must continue to evolve and expand our industry's potential. This conference is an essential platform for sharing best practices, discussing industry challenges, and exploring emerging trends such as digital transformation, AI, sustainability, customer experience enhancement, and food safety. It is through collaboration and knowledge sharing that we can stay ahead in this competitive landscape and ensure our businesses thrive in an ever-changing world. The RCBC Association is dedicated to uniting industry players, advocating for policies that support business growth, and providing resources to help our members excel. By joining our association, participants have always had access to valuable networking opportunities, training programs, and strategic partnerships. That's one of the reasons we're excited to partner on this particular conference. With that in mind, I encourage every person here to actively participate in the discussions, share your insights, and take full advantage of this event. It is now my honor to declare this event officially open. Thank you. I have just a few more things to say before I hand over the microphone. So my question one more time is, did I get my slides up or will I be winging it? Can you see my slides? Thank you, it's okay, don't worry. So this is supposed to be a little bit interactive, right? It's a manager's conference, and I always have something to say to managers. So do we have any managers here? Can you wave your hands? If you're in a managerial or supervisory position, can you wave your hands, please? Fantastic, thank you. So I think I'm in the right room. I wasn't sure when anybody raised their hand at first. Okay, so I want to ask a question. Who is a manager? Someone should help me, please. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? Anyone can take the answer. If nobody gives an answer, it's you that needs to answer. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? I have my team for 355, so don't worry. I came prepared. It's called Start With Your Why. You are standing in a position and you have an opportunity to improve your life and improve the lives of those around you. You impact people's lives. Someone that wants to propose to their girlfriend and wants to get married, you will be part of their life experience forever, just by being a manager in a restaurant or in a food establishment. So it's such a critical role that if you're occupying it, you need to understand what role am I in. And from my own organization, not only did I invite managers, I invited supervisors that want to be managers. Because when you aspire towards a position, you need to know what that position is going to be. Okay, let's assume we know what a manager is now. What does an effective manager do? So can I have just a few contributions? What does an effective manager do? Yes, please.
Effective manager would lead by example.
Lead by a round of applause. I am in the right room. I think I'm in the right room. I'm starting to feel like I'm in the right room. Another answer, please.
An effective manager first needs to work on yourself because you can't be.
A manager must work on themselves. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the book 21 Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. And there's a law called the law of the lead, meaning that you only lead people up to where your capacity is. Once your capacity is here, you're not going to lead anyone above that. So working on yourself is critical. Please give her a round of applause. Can I have one more answer? Because my time is limited. What does an effective manager do?
An effective manager must be proactive.
Thank you. I like that word, proactive. Let's please give her a round of applause. I spelled out a few things I think that a good manager should be be able to have under their sleeve. And I'm just going to take just about 2-3 minutes, and I'm going to get off the stage. Don't worry. So I have here, you must be hospitable. I call it the spirit of hospitality. If you don't have the spirit of hospitality, what are you doing here? Why are you a manager? Hospitality is such a critical spirit that it influences you. Are you the kind of person that when people walk into the room, you would say hi? Or because it's your job that you're saying hi? When somebody is panting, would you offer them a glass of water? If someone sits down and they're sweating profusely because they just came out from outside, do you think that the person has to order water before the waiter goes to them and says, sorry sir, would you like a bottle of water? The act of being hospitable. So if you are not hospitable, definitely this will not be the right career for you. What else should a manager be? A manager should be in control. I expect that if you are actually told to govern an organization, you are in control of what's happening in that organization. How can you be in control of what you don't know? So you must be aware of everything that's happening in that place. From the kitchen, to the floor, to your marketing, to your customers, what are they saying? If you sit in your office all the time, how are you going to know what your customers are saying about your product, about your space? A good manager must be able to supervise. What is supervision? Is it just giving orders or ensuring that orders are completed? How many times do we need to follow up with you when something is stated? A good manager must be meticulous. Because sometimes, staff are very tricky. They will tell you that they clean the place, they will clean only the top. When you now go and lift it up, you now notice that this cleaner did not clean the bottom of this place. How are you going to ensure that the right thing is done if you're not meticulous? I'm almost done. A good manager must be intentional. You must decide that you have decided that you're going to be good at what you do. You're going to be among the best. Really and truly, I am for women empowerment. And I do specifically love coaching women to stand out. Because for a woman to have an opportunity, she usually must be 10 times better than a man. So if it's a man that's pretty good, people will just say, oh, let us give that opportunity. But before they give a woman an opportunity to become a CEO or a CEO, you will see her CV. Her CV is double the CV of the man that equally holds the job. Please give women a round of applause. Okay, the men are happy. Give all of them a round of applause. A good manager must be a good example. And finally, practice servant leadership. I want you, as you attend this conference, to pick up a few things and decide, what will I do differently following this conference? Maybe I missed something. Before I close on my work way, does anyone want to add anything else that they think a good manager should be? I leave the floor. Any other comments? Thank you, ma'am.
Good teamwork and good communication.
Give my round of applause! There's no R in team. If you are not a team player, why are you a manager? You can't do everything yourself. You must believe in division of labor. And that's why I asked all of you to join me with my presentation this morning by asking questions. So thank you so much for your time. And I hope that this conference will be as impactful for you as it is for me. Thank you. Audit, compliance, learning and development, and strategic business management. She currently serves as Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director at Sweet Sensation, a pioneering quick service restaurant QSR company in Nigeria. Ayo's career began at PwC, where she managed audit and compliance reviews for publicly listed companies in North America. She earned a reputation for driving change, optimizing processes, and building strong teams, rising to a global managerial role. Her ability to innovate and lead has been instrumental in Sweet Sensation's ongoing transformation. Under her leadership, the company has implemented strategic growth initiatives, enhanced internal accountability, and restructured internal processes to ensure business continuity and sustainability. Ayo's empowering leadership style emphasizes coaching, collaboration, and clear communication.
Food evangelists, and I think he really is that. So let's please give him a round I know that there's a team of people who support him, who coach him, who help him, who partner with him. So I want to also take time to acknowledge and recognize them. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Special thank you to the distinguished speakers and guests. I also stand on all existing protocol, but even with that, I cannot but honor Mrs. Bolayeli, who's here. Mrs. Bolayeli, the founder of Fertilizers and pioneer in the industry. Thank you for your continued support of the industry. It's also lovely to meet the chairperson of RCDC, an organization I belong to as well. So welcome. Thank you. Again, I don't follow my NAFDAC people, I will get in trouble. So well done, man. Thank you for all you do at NAFDAC. Thank you. Making sure that food is safe and that people can live quality lives. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Before I dive into my very, very brief speech, I must honor my mother, Lady Dame Kende Hampson, the founder and CEO of Sweet Sensation. Also, the chairperson of RESPA. I'm grateful for the organization she built because giving me a platform, giving various people a platform to lead, to inspire others. So she's not able to be here, but I bring lovely greetings from her to everyone here. Okay, so I've been asked to give a very, very short welcome speech, or I think it's opening the short speech by special guest. And you know, this topic, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence, is so relevant. So this, I want to start by just saying, this topic is so relevant to our industry. Anyone who's been in an industry for a few years knows how important these topics are. The industry is shifting rapidly. Things are changing so fast. Sometimes you understand your consumers, sometimes you don't even understand them anymore. Technology is reshaping how things happen, and things are moving at a fast speed. So I'm so grateful to be part of a conference that recognizes the importance of these topics and brings people together to learn about these topics. Sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, it is a business imperative. How can we make sure that the organization not just survives, but thrives and can be sustainable for years to come? And I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to learn about that at this conference. So for those who are here, whether you sponsored yourself to come here or whether your company has funded you, I want to really encourage you to listen. The ability to invest in yourself, to come for conferences, for trainings, it's a powerful investment in yourself. My team who's here, hi team, they know that we talk about growth a lot. Any investment in yourself, whether it's training, conferences, networking, learning from others, at the end of the day, it's a powerful investment in yourself. And as you grow, you can also inspire other people to grow as well. So please be open-minded, please listen, please take notes, network with your peers or colleagues or people who you admire in the industry. But please make sure you learn, make sure when you go back to your companies, you are teaching others as well, others who couldn't be here, and then you're allowing others to grow as you grow yourself. So thank you again to everyone. Welcome to the conference, and thank you again to the convener for the opportunity to be here.
Let's clap for you who is not here. Which message from the Special Advisor to the President of Capacity Development. As the Special Advisor to the President of Capacity Development, I'm honored to extend warm greetings to all attendees of this prestigious Restaurant Managers Conference. This gathering is a powerful reflection of our collective commitment to the growth of our hospitality sector, an area that the President deeply values. His administration recognizes that capacity development is not merely a strategic initiative. It is a cornerstone of our national vision for economic diversification and sustainable development. The President is genuinely interested in empowering our workforce as he understands resilience. The President believes that by investing in the training and development of our hospitality professionals, we are not only enhancing service standards, but also positioning Nigeria as a premium destination for culinary experience and global tourism. As we look to the future, our administration is committed to organizing more training programs and conferences that will empower our hospitality professionals, and conferences like this is one of those things. We envision a collaborative framework where industry leaders, government, and educational institutions work hand in hand to cultivate a workforce that is not only skilled but also innovative and adaptable to the evolving landscape of our hospitality industry. Thank you for your participation and for your vital contribution to this essential sector. Together, we will build a robust and dynamic hospitality industry that meets the diverse needs of our citizens and visitors alike. Honorable Souq Rabiu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly privileged to be here. You imagine what this young lady here is doing. I'm particularly excited for this opportunity to stand in this capacity from Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, especially where I represent as the chief servant. You know, that name chairman is just a name. They're actually the chief servant of the institute, and I'm privileged to be doing that because the Institute of Food Science and Technology has raised me to be a confident person and to be able to add value to the society. And I think that is the beauty of life. That life is not just who you are, but those you are also able to raise. And so, anywhere I have the opportunity to speak, I always give that credit to my mentors, my several mentors who are now fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Particularly, let me congratulate Mr. Razak, our own food evangelist. We call him Mr. Food. He has several names. He has several names. I have my Google message, but I don't feel like speaking to us. Mr. Razak is a blessing to us in the Institute, and we are praying for him. This is just a tip of the iceberg of what God is about to use him to do in Nigeria and beyond that in the world. And so I'm happy to witness this maiden edition of the Restaurant Managers Conference. This is a great one. Please can you give yourself rounds of applause. I'm particularly excited because just yesterday I was privileged to train bakery and pastry staffs, you know, in a big conglomerate when it comes to confectionaries in Lagos, Ogun, and some states at Shagam Artists yesterday. And one of the things I told them is that as leaders, as managers, you are the team leader. It is not just what you tell your staff, it is what they see you do. The best of food safety management system will not fly if it does not start and end at your table. If the staff need PPEs, you are not providing it, what more can they do? If you can enter the processing floor without doing the needful, then we have not shown them the right example. And so as restaurant managers, as supervisors, when it comes to anything food processing, you are at the center and you must do what is right. And you know, if it is not safe, it is not food. If people buy your products and they come down with gastroenteritis, then there won't be a repeat purchase. And that's the truth. And so that means they are losing trust in your brand. So for you to build trust in every bite, like one of my friends who is also a food safety trainer here would say, then you have to do the right thing. And so we are here, that's why we are all here. To learn, to unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure you get the best from this conference. So this is just the beginning. I wish you all greater and bigger opportunities to learn and shape the Nigerian economy and ensure food security in Nigeria. So you are all welcome. Mr. Razak, congratulations. You are a brother and you made a brother who will to support all that you do. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Don't worry, I'm coming back with a lecture on medicine.
here now. You will not understand the meaning of that statement. My name is Okubabatunde. I'm the Executive Secretary of Restaurant and Food Services Proprietors Association of Nigeria, RESPAN. I'm representing, or rather I'm standing in for the President of the Association, Dame Pende Camping, ably represented by the DMP of Sensation Confectionaries, Mrs. Sayo Alibaba. I said, Mr. Razak, we are here now. Almost around this time, November, we met here for a function. And this was the place that Mr. Razak informed me about this program, November. And since November till January, he kept calling and calling and calling and calling. I'm not like, this program is in March. You started bugging me November, December, January. Calm down, Razak. Through January, February, you would think I'm the one in custody of his kidney. At the time, I have to ask myself, I'm not holding this man's kidney now. Why is he disturbing me? And eventually, you know, I picked this call February. And I told you, I know. You sent in every necessary notes. December, be rest assured, we will call. Since I'm not hearing from you, I'm not, you know, getting any feedback. I'm like, the program is March. We will call. So, Mr. Razak, I say again, we are here. Thank you. Now, RESPAN, Restaurant and Food Service Proprietors Association of Nigeria, we're a non-partisan, non-profit making organization established with the aim of protecting the interests of our members in their dealings with regulatory bodies and regulatory agencies. Like the moderator mentioned, that was then. I can give you the assurance that you enter into any of our member restaurants, you will be served quality, not just quantity, quality hot sizzling meals that you will like. Formerly, we used to the Association of Fast Food Confectioners of Nigeria, AFCON. And you know, we tried getting more members. We approached the fine dining restaurant and they're like, no. You guys are Association of Fast Food Confectioners and you know the mentality. When it comes to fast food, they believe it's all about job. And mind you, our logo is there, used to be Eat AFCON, Eat Safety. They're not like, you are saying eat fast food, eat safety. Isn't that a contradiction somehow? But we ask ourselves, and you also need to ask too. You walk into a tantalizer outlet, you walk into a street sensation outlet, you walk into a labule outlet, you walk into a TFC outlet, and you get to be served a big item. You have pottage, you have jollof rice, you have fried rice, you have a efori roll, you have pounded yam. Are these fast food? No. So that is the reason why we decided to change the name and reorientate that conception that we have regarding AFCON. We now became Restaurant and Fast Food Proprietors Association of Nigeria. And our motto still remains, eat RESPAN, eat safety. You can be rest assured that any meal you are eating from a member outlet is safe and is okay. Elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I want to give you the utmost assurance that the keynote speaker for today is someone who is not just a person, but a voice when it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. When it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria, the person of Mrs. Bossa Edo. She happens to be the restaurant sole representative, myself as well, with the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, whereby, you know, the foundation, the program, the roadmap for the new agenda regarding hospitality in Nigeria has been chartered, is being put together. And she was being given an award for her participation, her full involvement and participation in this program, designed by the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Art and Culture. So, like the MC said, robust lecturing, teaching, and the rest. And every other guest speakers that are taking the sections today, you can be rest assured, yes, they are sound. Mr. Razak, count on us as an able and ready-made partners for this program going forward. Thank you. God bless you all.
My name is Souq, that is Solar Rahim. I look at you. I'm standing here for my general manager, Apollo Shulebo Esquire. Let me start by congratulating the organizers of this auspicious program that is going to be highly educative. I can see that. Because the Consumer Protection Agency was actually established in 2015 by Lagos State Consumer Protection Law to ensure that consumers in Lagos State get value for money spent on either goods and services. And also to ensure that Lagosians are protected from hazardous products and also protected against unfair trade practices. So these are our core mandates. Going back to this event, which is about food safety, I know the keynote speakers are going to do justice to their topic. So in order not to preempt, I don't think I have the knowledge to do that. So I would just want to mention some brief issues in the kitchen area from the experience we've had over the years as an agency. This restaurant operation involves handling, preparation, and storage of food. So those are the key areas we want the operators and managers to look into, to look to the improvement on these three areas. Also, while preparing food for consumers, they should try as much as possible to avoid cross-contamination and food spoilage, so on and so forth. But the area I want to really dwell on is the service, how consumers are treated on and off the restaurant. So the first point of contact for every consumer or every customer in the restaurant is the on-the-spot service, how they are received. So I want to say that since the managers are here, over the years, most of the complaints we attended to in the agency has to do with how consumers are received. Not necessarily bad food or bad meal. So I want us to look into that, and possibly our speakers too should help us to address that. Then, apart from on-the-spot services, when I buy food in the restaurant, possibly I take it away, and I get home, I realize that what I bought is not what I actually want, or I detect. In some cases, we have seen somebody who bought food and saw a fly in the food. You cannot rule that out. So now, why trying to reach out to the restaurant? The person at the other hand failed to do justice or to attend to the complaint queue. So I want us to, apart from putting somebody that is correct, I think that is the most practice. We put somebody that can speak well. Not that. We should endeavor to ensure that the person at the other hand knows well about the business. He can answer questions, treat issues on the spot. And if the person that is receiving complaint at first hand cannot do that, he should be trained to escalate the problem to a senior manager or somebody who is well equipped about how the business is run, so that we avoid sanctions and penalties from government agencies like ASCOBA. I want to inform you that the 2015 law has been reviewed and signed into law by His Excellency Mr. Governor, 2024 law, that empowers agencies to seal all premises without referring to the court. Initially, we have to go to the court to seek for a seal order. So I'm not saying that we are out to, like my general manager would say, allow business to thrive in Lagos. We are not out to destroy businesses, but then we are not going to lose our focus, which is to ensure that consumers in Lagos State are protected. We are all consumers. So this is a very big opportunity for everyone here, both managers, the operators, and of course all of us are consumers, to ensure that we improve on the service delivery in our restaurants. To round up, like we always say, consumers in Lagos State are kings. So I hope you enjoy all of us here. We always treat consumer as kings. That is the message from my general manager, Afolabi Shileko Express. Thank you, and God bless you.
The distinguished guests, esteemed restaurant manager, industry, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to extend warm greeting to you all on behalf of the Lagos State Safety Commission at this prestigious gathering, the Restaurant Manager Conference. I commend the organizers for selecting such a crucial and forward-thinking team, elevating the heart of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The hospitality industry, particularly the restaurant sector, plays a vital role in the economic and social fabric of Lagos State. As a hub of diverse culinary experiences and a key driver of tourism, restaurants are more than just places to eat. They are spaces of creativity, culture, and commerce. However, ensuring safety, sustainability, and operational excellence is paramount to their continued growth and success. At the Lagos State Safety Commission, our mission is to promote a safe, secure, and sustainable environment for businesses and residents alike. We recognize that innovation in restaurant management goes beyond culinary creativity. It also involves embracing modern practices and adhering to health regulations and implementing sustainable business models that protect both people and the environment. Sustainability in the restaurant industry is no longer an option, it is a necessity. From responsible waste management and energy efficiency to ethical sourcing and consumer well-being, sustainable practices contribute to business longevity and environmental preservation. I urge all restaurant managers to adopt best practices that align with global standards while enhancing customer experience and food safety. Excellence in restaurant management is achieved through continuous learning, strategic leadership, and a commitment to quality. As you deliberate on strategies to elevate your businesses, I encourage you to prioritize staff training, adopt digital innovation, and maintain compliance with regulatory standards to ensure the safety of both the employee and patrons. Lagos State remains committed to supporting businesses through policies that foster growth while ensuring public safety. Lagos State Safety Commission will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders in the hospitality industry to uphold safety regulations and promote a thriving, resilient, and innovative restaurant sector. Once again, I applaud the organizers of this conference for creating a platform to discuss these vital issues. I wish you all exciting deliberations and successful outcome. that will drive the restaurant industry towards greater heights. Thank you. May this conference inspire transformative ideas for a safer, more sustainable, and more excellent restaurant industry in Lagos. Director General, Lagos State Safety Commission, Mr. Larry Mojela.
That was very well said. Very well said. I actually don't know what it means. I recognize everybody that is here, and I have not addressed you in person. It's not on this slide, but I think we are beginning to look at the time to see how we can manage our time. I welcome you all to this year's edition, and what's not happened before from what I heard today. It looks like this is the maiden one. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I welcome you to this conference, and let me start by again joining everybody to salute the doggedness and the passion of the convener, Mr. Razak. They have described it very well. I used to know him as a foodpreneur, but I've heard today that he's actually a food evangelist. Whatever name we call him, and what thing we can't take away from him is his passion for this industry. This avenue that he has provided for us today, where we as restaurant operators gather together to share and to sharpen our knowledge, is a major gap that he sees in our industry that he's trying to fill. I congratulate you on your achievements so far, all the people that have worked with you, and I wish you success in your future endeavors. I'm excited to be here, and I count it as an honor to be called upon to share with you from my limited knowledge and experience, and also to learn from the different experts that have been put together, that have been invited to help deepen our knowledge in specific areas of restaurant operations today. The theme of our conference, as we have heard over and over again today, is elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I will start by talking a little bit about our industry. The Nigerian food service market is estimated to be about $10 billion and growing. About half of this market is held by the quick service restaurants, while the other half is shared by casual dining, fine dining, cafes, and the cloud kitchen industry that is not only large, but also has a great potential for growth. As restaurant managers, do you see yourself as of today in this huge market that I've just described? Do you see yourself as a tiny drop, like a pinpoint? Or do you see yourself as a significant player in this big industry? Wherever you think you are, one of the things that you should begin to think about from today is how can you increase your portion of this large market that I've just described. The restaurant industry itself has changed rapidly in the last 5 to 10 years. From the imposing brick and mortar structure days, where the idea of social entertainment was limited to visiting fast food restaurants, to today, where the customer would rather be in the comfort of his home and just get his food delivered. Pop-up stalls, food trucks, or sometimes you see them as food cars, are becoming a trend in urban and densely populated areas of our country. These are beginning to account for a good portion of the restaurant, of the revenue of this industry. How then do we ensure that as restaurant managers, we also get a significant portion of this growing pie? Our industry is not without its own share of challenges operating in an environment such as ours in Nigeria. These challenges, which cannot
underestimated range from rising costs, multiple taxation from different tiers of government, poor infrastructure, strong and formidable competition, manpower skills shortage, and to changing consumer preferences. How do we then, as restaurant managers and restaurant owners, sustain our business in the face of these challenges? Again, when we look at the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence, the aim of this theme is to ginger our thoughts as restaurant owners or restaurant managers. First, let's look at innovation. There have been changes in the lifestyle of our target audience, as there have been changes in the demographics that we target. The changes in our industry range from the building structure, like I said, it used to be imposing buildings that we all had, to application of technology, either in the food processing or in consumer engagement methods. And of course, marketing methods have changed dramatically. On a lighter note, while I sat there, Morenica took the picture. She got somebody to take a picture of two of us, and she said content. And I laughed. I don't know if I said it out to her, but you know, we operate in two different generations. My generation would rather hide, but her generation is to put it in the face of everybody, and that was what she wanted. When she said content, that's again a difference that has happened in the environments that we are currently operating in. COVID-19, with the attending lockdowns and movement restrictions, forced many companies, like some of us who haven't invested in technology, to embrace digital innovation to survive. Innovation in restaurant management can be in the area of technology, can be in the area of offering unique products, can be in the area of introducing new processes, and then of course, it can be in the area of enhancing customer experiences through unique customer service methods. Embracing innovation, no doubt, has its own definite benefits. The benefits could range from increased visibility. You can also leverage technology to reach the wider network of your consumers or potential customers through all these mobile devices that you carry around. Innovation can help us in improving our service delivery. We can leverage technology to tailor services specifically to meet the needs of our customers. Innovation can help to reduce costs through process automation or the use of technology to replace, where possible, all customer-facing activities. There are businesses that don't even have the front of the house activities anymore. They use technology to take the orders and they deliver. Technology is therefore playing a key role in food processing process, how to order, when to order, and how to pay for the order. These apps are also being used to manage customer loyalty. The use of technology itself impacts the need for brick and mortar stores. Like I've said, not only will it impact or has it impacted the size, even the existence of those structures. And of course, the size of the restaurant itself. Who needs a whole building if you can reach your customers through technology? Or if your customers can't reach you through technology? Customer engagement is another area where innovation can be seen in our industry. These engagement methods are geared towards giving the customer unique dining experiences from, for example, outside restaurants, where your food is put right in front of you. It's a unique experience just to hook the customer. And of course, you can use technology to modify your recipes to suit the customer's preferences. Unlike where we have fixed recipes that is made to fit a general means that the restaurant operators, as restaurant operators, we must be ready to also have a mindset shift from the way we used to do things, if we are going to remain contemporary, or if we are going to remain relevant in the industry that we currently operate at. How do we adapt to changing consumer preferences if we do not innovate? Innovation must therefore reflect not only in our marketing methods as the customer profiles and lifestyles are changing. These days, we talk about brand ambassadors, brand influencers, and social media influencers. These never existed 10, 15 years ago, but in present day, they constitute a major chunk of the marketing budget. I go on to sustainability. An organization, much like a living human being, is constantly changing, but it's constantly adapting to it. Sustainability will touch on key decisions that we take from the business model itself to what our capital structure should be if we want that business to survive, and of course to the key business processes that we go through, all with the view of continued survival of the enterprise. In other climes, the care for the environment and the society at large is linked to business sustainability. Implementing global sustainable practices like reducing food waste through repurposing leftovers, using eco-friendly packaging materials, and so on and so forth, can reduce costs while at the same time reducing environmental impact. Of recent, we all know Lagos State bans the use of styrofoam and other single-use plastics. All major supermarkets are no longer using the carry-out bags, traditional carry-out bags that they had before, and customers are now being forced to pay for reusable bags or biodegradable bags. We as an industry must be prepared for the extension and enforcement of sale to our industry. What then will our position be? I keep wondering, are they able to charge for the more expensive bags? Or how do we absorb the additional cost in the cost of the meal in the restaurant? How are we focusing locally produced items to replace the imported ones, from raw materials to packaging? How are we managing our inventory systems to reduce waste, which impacts not only the environment, but also increases our cost or reduces our profit? How do we reduce or minimize electricity use? How do we reduce carbon footprint and create a greener future for the planet? How are we supporting ethical labor practices? Embracing sustainability leads to several advantages, which include profitability, as I mentioned, and profitability, you all know, is a must to the survival of our enterprise. We move on to excellence. Excellence must encapsulate all that we try in the restaurant business. How do we achieve customer service excellence or ensure consistent customer satisfaction? Operational excellence is what sets one apart from competitors. Excellence is what leads to growth and success in the business. We are managers, but quite a number of us are managers working for other people. If you are not the policy or decision maker in your organization, then you must pass on whatever the takeaways are from today's conference. You must have a clear understanding of your market, the environment in which you operate, the type of people that you're catering to, and of course, what actually appeals to them. You must have a full picture of your costs and of what determines your profit. It is good to be able to benchmark your performance against industry standards where applicable. You must drive year-on-year growth, both revenue and customer throughput. Because anything that is not growing is dying. The knowledge experts are here today. Let's listen to them attentively. And after their presentations, we can seek clarifications as found necessary. Thank you all for listening. I wish you a successful day.
Overproduction, temperature abuse, very important. Madam had mentioned temperature abuse. Again, I will repeat, you cannot take away food safety, quality control from food loss and waste. Customer self-service waste. I know a lot of times if I go to a restaurant, I go to a hotel, I would want to serve myself. And, well, maybe the Nigerian, I would say the Nigerian way, right? But sometimes as customers, we tend to overtake what we cannot finish. So you go, oh, this is a buffet, you pay 20K. But the whole, they say, oh, really? I want takeoff. I want hamburger. I want this. And then everything on your plate. And then you end up eating just one spoon. That is another waste. And that is waste on the part of also the restaurant. And they say, oh, they've already paid now, so what's the point? That is also another waste because those ingredients that would have been used to prepare another thing is wasted. But you can even serve more customers and make more money that will be in your pocket, but it is not going into the trash, okay? And the last one is the trash and the waste bin. Sometimes we talk about sorting. I know a lot of restaurants that have the whole, this is recycle, this is food waste, but people don't follow it. They don't follow the color codes on their waste bin. They end up putting what the food waste that can be recycled with the plastic waste all in one trash can. And then what happens in that case? It goes down to the landfill, which is also money. In fact, not just food waste, money taking step in a very nice way, catwalking into the landfill, which is profits going out. But you don't have a plan for donation or recovery. Now, there are many charity organizations that restaurants can partner with when you have excess food. You can partner with the Lagos Food Bank and also other charity organizations that you can say, okay, we have this whole thing, a pattern of excessive food, and people can come and take some of this food. I mean, why can't we feed the nation? Are we not one? Anyway, moving on. Now, what is the role? Am I communicating? How about not too fast? I want to enjoy this discussion here. Very good, thank you. Now, what is the role of food safety failure? Poor food handling practices and quality control in food loss and waste. Food safety failure, improper storage. If you don't store your food properly, you will end up having older products, or you will not follow FIFA, right? She has mentioned it, she has given us explanation of what FIFA and FIFA is. I won't dive into that. But if you don't store your food properly, you end up having food waste. Most times when I go into restaurants, right, it's very simple for them to have a failure in non-conform. Just tend to go, clean the product on the shelf, and nobody's really checking for dates. Another thing that can cause this problem is when you have all of your products on the shelf. Why? Or you buy a lot of this product and you end up not even using it. Especially those ones with a short best before or a short shelf life. Temperature abuse. That's another food safety failure, and cross-contamination too. Now when it comes to poor food handling practices, again, you can never take away FIFO from this.
initiative, partner with food banks, and again training. But the important thing is train, 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 train. Do not get tired of training. If you get tired of training, call experts that can help you train your people. Please again, and say train your people. And FHSC also carry out training. Just let me put it out next. Now, what is an action plan? I have mentioned what food loss and waste is. I have mentioned that food waste can be gotten, can be from the preface or the post phase, right? Before the customer or after the customer. What you need to do? Start the food waste audit. We all know that we all have the HACCP team, right? You can also have a food loss team. Everybody should be involved. And it should also start from management. You see, food loss and waste should not be having conversation on the shop floor or in your kitchen. You should be having food loss conversations in the boardrooms. When your boss is saying, we're having a lot of waste, what do we need to do? That is the only way you can find change. But if you're talking about food loss and waste in the kitchen, you might not really have that effect you want it to have. So the important thing is to have meetings, with the top management, get them involved, and have a team. Then start with a food waste audit. Every food business is a system to identify where waste is happening, to track reduction and enforce prevention. So we talked about where the waste can happen. Now, I do not know your individual kitchens, so I cannot tell you where your hotspots are. That is the work of everyone here. After this conference, remember that the lady with the glasses said, know where my hotspots are. Go to your kitchen. Managers tie into their KPIs. Let everybody identify where the hotspots are. And then there's a strategy of methodology that we talk about. It's called TMA. You target, you measure, and you act. But I'd like to expand it a bit. You target, you measure, you use, and you act when you communicate. It's very simple. Have a smart goal. Tell everybody, or you tell yourself, okay, in the next 6 months, I want us to reduce our food waste by 30% in maybe portioning. And because if there is no goal, you'll be too relaxed to want to try. So goals keep you on the edge. Like, okay, I have a goal, what do I need to do? So that is what targeting goals. Then you measure, you track, where my waste coming from? Is it from the preface
Did you know that? So for those who don't know, some people just screamed, eh? We are an ancestor brand. Thank you very much. You see, this is what we know how to do the best. Bring deliciousness to homes, to your meal time. And this was the initiative of two Japanese persons. One is a scientist who discovered that glutamate was the ideal substance to make meals. And then the other one, an entrepreneur who has the money to start the business. So you see, idea, meeting, capital, and then a business is born. So this is how our Ajinomoto came to be. By the way, it's a Japanese brand, and Japan products are quality products. I re-emphasize, quality products.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.